Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are back in our very small republic, and I think I'm going to call this 10 Pop Challenge. Seems to have a nice ring to it. The goal, if you missed the first episode, is to get to 1,000 people. And the challenge itself is that we are only allowed to click the Get Migrants button once. And we chose to go with 10 migrants from the Soviet bloc. How's the situation going so far? Well, we established a university, we got many of our citizens a higher education, but we had issues with healthcare that dropped our population quite a bit. We're back up to 10 workers though. Still need to get more children. The idea now is to establish an orphanage and hope that we can have some population growth benefit from that, because I think we might be losing the occasional child every now and then. Like if a parent dies and they already had a child, that child just goes away if there's no orphanage. Or in the future, like if they go to prison and no one's ready to take care of their children, the child vanishes from the game basically. So today, in this very slow challenge, we're trying to establish the orphanage and see if it grows our population, if it destroys our population, because if this isn't handled very well, it could also generate a lot of criminals and very disloyal children. Or if it actually doesn't do anything. So my thinking is that after pondering for a bit, since we are going to work it with foreign workers, and the foreign workers usually have good loyalty, a good productivity and reasonable loyalty, like there's a mixture of their loyalty. It's a mixture of low loyalty and high loyalty. Depending on what we get, we might improve the situation for the children or not. It might actually be to our benefit to have this. Other than that, I might want to get the secret police so I can sort out the poor loyalty citizens from our education facilities, but I think that's something for if we get to over 50 workers in our population. So that is quite far away. Especially with 10 workers and only 3 children right now. It seems very dangerous that we might not actually get to that point. But we'll have to wait and see. There's not much we can do besides sit here and hope that things work out. I might also put a smaller monument in this area, so the kindergarten and the Hall of Residence are also covered. The Hall of Residence proved really useful. We also learned that people who have to study longer than their 21st age year, they move into the Hall of Residence and continue studying until they're actually done. What map is this? Hello Whoopi. This is the default map, Flatland Hills, or I don't remember how it's called, but it's a default map without population. So this is default Workers and Resources map, not from the workshop. As far as I understand. It's in the first line. This is the best map in the game? Okay. I don't remember having played it much. Might have to give it a try. Seems very hilly. Seems like could be a good match. But yeah, the map is not the main focus this time. Only this small, tiny settlement is where all of the action will happen. Most likely. We also have a clothing factory ready. If we drop to 500,000 rubles, I think I would start building the clothing factory and try and run it for some profit. The other option could be trying to build an incinerator and running that with foreign workers. It might be possible to make a profit incinerating waste with foreign workers. If we had one hazardous waste truck always continuously importing hazardous waste and then bringing the waste back to the customs house, and a tiny amount of foreign workers working in that facility every now and then. That would be a possibility of earning money other than the clothing factory. And for a very low population count like this might actually be the best option, but we'll have to wait and see. We do have some people who are adult age, who could study, who currently don't have children. We are at low temperature, supposedly. May some of you people please move on to the heating plant again, thank you. Okay, I only dropped down to 16 degrees, shouldn't be too bad. So I was saying we could move people in here. Upside would be we could have a few more people trying to get a higher education. Downside would be they could potentially run into the issue where they can't have children, and that's, I think, probably the higher issue right now. We'll also assign the bus stop. I guess that's probably the easiest. Grocer, small heating plant, bus stop. Should make it so that anyone finds a place to work, and if they don't, they go to the bus stop and choose a workplace from there after a bit. The fire station always welcomes extra workers. Got all the resources we need for the orphanage. We just need a bus full of workers to build it. So let's assign our construction office that brings workers to construction sites. Maybe I should send them more to the heating plant by default. But a little bit of cold is fine. The stored heat is still decent, and it shouldn't run dry for too long most of the time. So yeah, we might also have an incinerator in this area. Not for waste incineration of our own produced waste. We could chuck it in there, would probably be okay. But as a profitable industry next to the clothing factory. The benefit of the incinerator would be that like 2 people would make it function the way we want it to. Compared to a clothing factory, I think the incinerator is probably the better option. Well, we haven't chosen to build anything yet. But I think we'll probably choose an incinerator before the clothing factory as a source of income. And when we get more population and they need workplaces, then yes, the clothing factory would be important. We'll drop it as far away as possible and hope that it is still in walking distance of our citizens. Let's see if I can hook up a footpath. No. So they cannot reach the housing right now. But we can probably make a footpath happen that goes up to the residential building, especially since we're currently not using an exit here. Still not close enough. Why don't you do the fields and the state farm? Next year you could have a good crop and make some food. I have 10 workers. I can't make anything that requires decent amount of workers. Right now I'm trying to actually get some population going. The challenge right now is to grow our 10 workers into a population that we can use for an industry. That is currently where we are at. So this game is a little bit different than usual. I'm currently not trying to make money as much as I'm trying to grow a population before I can actually make money. Because using foreign workers, not really that profitable, in my opinion. I think for the incinerator it's probably gonna work out. So we could run this with foreign workers, I think. And I think I'll set it up right away to actually have it. But a farm, a food factory, a clothing factory all require quite a bit of workforce to actually have that run sufficiently. So I don't think that's something that we can do right now. Okay, that's the entrance for the clinic, which we will use, but let's set up something different first. I want to get the footpath out here, and this one can hook back up, which I guess could be a dirt path for now still. And then from here, going to the incinerator. And we'll check the walking distances. We can reach everything now. So now we just have to cut a road through here. And make sure that maybe a waste storage can be built later on. They are on this side. Maybe leave a little bit extra room here for the waste storage. But yeah, the general concept now stands. We'll have our incinerator here. Let's flatten this terrain out so we can have the road come through here, no problem. Alright. Road connection. Garbage input. Let's remove that road again, get that one built. Let's make sure everything is hooked up. It is. So yeah, we'll try and set up an incinerator. The downside of the upside of this is very productive if you don't overdo it with the waste imports. The downside is this will generate a huge amount of pollution. And right now it's right next to our settlement, so we have to run this at like the lowest setting. But maybe we can run it so that it takes off the foreign manpower imports, the cost a little bit. I mean, I could build it further away. If I'm running it with foreign workers, it doesn't matter that much. Could have it next to the customs house pretty much, and then we have our fire station here which can protect it. So if we have the incinerator over here, we could have a dedicated bus route for one bus bringing workers to it. Yeah, I don't need to build it in walking distance of the town. I think I'll leave the clothing factory for that purpose. And I think we'll set up the incinerator on the main road as a source of easy income. Don't even need a bus stop or anything. The only thing we'll need is a substation. And water and sewage potentially. But with very low worker counts, then they can probably bring water and sewage here directly. And that should also be okay. I'll probably set up water and sewage explicitly for this on this road. Just because I like to make the deliveries of these vehicles as efficient as possible. So there will be a water and a sewage tank right here. Get that set up. And that should put the incinerator at a safe distance. We'll have to see if it is productive, but I think this is going to be really productive. We'll run it with like 1 or 2 workers to reduce the amount of pollution impact that we should experience. Alright, we have unemployment due to small children, which just went up from 2 to 3, so we had another birth, which is good. And as I said, I don't think it's important for us to run the kindergarten. I hope they don't complain about this. Like, I hope this doesn't drop down their happiness or loyalty. Sending in 3 workers here around the clock, or 1 worker around the clock to gain 3 workers, doesn't really gain us anything, and I'd much rather them focus on childcare and... Well, once the children go to school, they can work as per usual anyway. Maybe they have fewer children if we don't take care of their children. I don't know if that's the case. Okay, we got our orphanage. We'll run it at like 1 tutor and see if we get some children in here. Like, we'll supply all the resources we need. I don't know. Loyalty is probably not gonna go up unless we luck out and the person working here has like really low, really high loyalty. Wait, we know their loyalty. That means we can designate this as only the highest loyalty citizens. Oh my god. Wait a minute, that means we can use foreign workers to boost the loyalty of our citizens, right? So I could also make it so that the loyalty requirement in here is at least 50 in these. So we get like teachers with really high loyalty. If we do get foreign teachers. That should actually be really good. Well, the question is, will we get any children? I don't know about that. But yeah, really low loyalty reduction. Might actually be like loyalty positive if we get a good worker. The question is, do we get any children? I don't know. If we do, then we'll have to increase this up to 2 and 3 to make sure they are taken care of around the clock. But until then... Okay, I will have to enable the setting for give me notifications on orphanages. Like, turn on all notifications for now. Loyalty, happiness, and orphanage. We'll keep it disabled until we actually have a child trying to live here. Starving, lack of meat, unable to practice sports. Those are all things that should not happen. But apparently we don't have enough foreign workers arriving here. One child just grew up. So we only have 10 0 to 6-year-olds now. We have 10 to 0 to 6-year-olds now. That means one worker was freed up again to do tasks. Okay, this is not great. Like, why are you not bringing workers to the shopping center? This is like really horrible. I don't want starving people here. I want people who can buy food. Regularly. Like, if we're starting to have escapes because people run away because they can't buy food or do other tasks, then this is not going to work out. Let's drop down the amount of workers in the university to 2 to encourage more staff and highly educated workers into other workplaces. I think in general we're having way fewer people. Maybe it's because I had the worker bus take workers to the construction site of the orphanage, and then we had a dip in available workers for our buildings. Okay, let's see. 20 workdays, 5 workers is enough. Go ahead and do that. You need a full complement of workers because we can't have any road cranes here. And you will need like 25 workers on this. Maximum. Now we're taking the workers away during construction. Also, we're getting way fewer foreign workers now. So things are starting to look a little bit trickier. Oh yeah, if we're doing construction here, then they're just gonna bring workers as quickly as possible. You don't need to bring more workers here, just unassign the construction office with... Oh, damn it. Where did you bring them? Here? Oh, you're trying to bring them here right now. That's okay. I unassigned everything, which also unassigned the road crane, but thankfully the power line did get built. I have to be really careful with you. You're like continuously taking away workers from us. So whenever you do a construction job, don't send more workers here. Unfinished road, no. Wait, let the buses do their thing first. We'll send some more workers later. A little bit worried about things right now. Happiness and health went down, it seems like. Starvation is not something I want to see. I could use the priorities from the bus stop itself, but I also don't really want to use that. Alright, I think I'll get rid of you and get another microbus for now. The thought process behind that one is we won't take all of the workers anymore, which means the amount of workers at the customs house should start piling up. So the large bus was taking 12 workers occasionally. And now we're like not doing that anymore. Leaving some of the workers behind, if possible. Okay, build the road. Try and build the road. We need to get that on the way because the groundworks of the building we can do without any workers, and the resources can be delivered in the meantime. Okay, one bus didn't get any. Oh, you did get workers. Excellent. Probably on the second load command. They have like 2 load commands. One for the highly educated workers, and then for filling the rest. Okay, one more delivery should do it. We don't really have any like students right now, anyone who wants to get a higher education, so we'll turn this building off for now. We'll turn it on again as soon as we have a 16-year-old who might want to go to university. Okay, the road has been built, so now we get a lot of construction vehicles on the move. But it should not influence our bus route, because they have their own dedicated road. So they should move ahead into this in front of most of the construction machinery. Hopefully. And the last vehicle we will need for this to work will be a garbage truck. I think one waste truck will handle everything. It'll basically bring hazardous waste and then load whatever waste is here and export and do both tasks at the same time. Because once we incinerate the waste, there will be less of it. So we'll make this as efficient as possible. And we'll paint it a green color, because it carries waste materials. Okay, we're collecting some foreign workers. Let's send the bus with workers out a bit. We also don't have to run the university right now, giving us a little bit of extra capacity for our own workers. 11 workers now, so we actually have more than we started with. We dropped down 5 workers in total due to early deaths. Now we're up to 11 workers. So the 10 workers that we had came with children. 7 of them already died. We had 6 births. I think we're on the edge of where things are gonna flip around and slowly start picking up pace, I hope. Alright. We have built substation, so that's in place. We'll hook up water and sewage here with why can't I connect this? We'll hook up water and sewage here with just dirt. It's fine. And lots of vehicles blocking the customs house right now, but thankfully our buses still get to enter reasonably quickly. Oh yeah, and we need 1 bus bringing foreign workers to the incinerator. So we'll have 1 bus unloading 2 workers here and bringing the rest to the town and then doing that loop. So we don't have the incinerator running full time. 2 workers should do more than enough every now and then. And I don't want it to run from the customs house to the incinerator back and forth. That could potentially draw a lot of workers. Or make them sit idle inside the truck. Timing out. Okay. Two people at 52, one at 46, another one at 52, 37, 56. So the average age is relatively high at 41. I hope we get a few more children before then. Alright, please let the bus in. It's important. Thank you. Two children below the age of 6. And two who are currently going to school. Or at least trying to. I wonder if our loyalty setting is putting trouble on this. Seems to be working okay. Yeah, they'll finish their studies soon enough. This is a small incinerator. The largest one would be overkill. I really probably need to build another monument here. Gonna go with the best one that we can afford, not distance-wise, but how it affects the loyalty. We'll build that. This will need like 10 workers that we need to bring here after the gravel gets there. And then the monument will take a while to build. We'll set up the incinerator before that. "10 work days. Let me get the next microbus because I don't want to bring too many workers there. We'll remove the construction office bus. Into another depot. And put the microbus in there instead. Sorry. Go here. And then we'll do the construction of these. And you're bringing 7 workers there, which is going to be much more reasonable to do than trying to do a full busload of workers. We're having a reasonable amount of foreign workers at the customs house now, which is nice. I was also thinking maybe I should set up a vehicle depot and move all of the vehicles inside and then sell those that I don't need anymore. Because right now we're having a lot of vehicles sitting around collecting dust. Okay. Don't bring workers here again. To the next one. Thank you. This road crane is moving out, so the bus is heading now to the sewage tank. Since we're having a reasonable amount of workers at the customs house piling up, might be time to run the incinerator construction soon. And it also shouldn't be a problem building this footpath. I think I'll stick with the microbus for the construction office for now. Maybe not for the incinerator. No. The incinerator would be better off with a larger bus. Let's wait until these are built, the footpath to the monument, and then make a decision. I'll probably switch back to the other bus to get the incinerator set up. Three children again. Very good. So we're not going to force anyone else to get a university education, we're just going to run with what we have. Because all of the children will try to get a university education and will be able to get one. So this should work out in our favor, without trying to force the other ones to also get one. Health went down quite a bit. Life expectancy of 65. What the hell is going on? Why is lifespan so low? Pollution, starvation. Why are we having pollution issues? Oh my god, is waste handling a problem? It can't be, right? Wow. Garbage trucks? You were not assigned to do your job, so we're having overflowing waste creating health issues. Let's remedy that and send our waste trucks onto their jobs. This should be a one-time thing and hopefully not affect us negatively anymore. My bad. I forgot about that. So our average lifespan should come back up as the pollution dissipates. I don't know how long this was already going for. Hopefully it doesn't have any long-term effects. $65.6 years. I don't want another wave of early deaths, please. Recover your average life expectancy. Thank you. Alright, I think the bus is done with its task. So we'll move the microbus back out. And the larger bus back in. And assign it to the incinerator. The incinerator might get a dedicated waste storage next to it. But probably not. It does have a reasonably large internal storage. Yeah, we don't need one. We're loading the waste from within the incinerator itself anyway. Alright. Still no one trying to go to university, apparently. Alright, yeah, construction is going really quick. We'll send one more bus of workers here, maybe two? Probably two. And then see if we can take out the bus temporarily until the remaining resources get delivered. Okay, probably need 2 more buses to finish that. Almost got all the resources for the monument as well. Where are the children? They're always gonna show up when there's no teachers around, right? Watch out for the concrete mixers. Maybe I should hook up a footpath to this road. Oh no, there's a student. Now we just need a staff member. 9 years of age. Almost halfway along the education path. And you're almost done at the age of 13. So we'll have to turn on the university again. It's really good to know that you could use foreign workers for education industries and get really good productivity and loyalty out of that. I didn't realize that I didn't look at that you know the loyalty of foreign workers. Not sure if that's intentional, but I guess it is. Otherwise you could have bad side effects. So running something like an education system with foreign workers is actually not that bad. Except for the fact that you don't have a lot of highly educated workers with it. Don't let anyone walk onto that construction site. Go into other workplaces, please. This is for the construction offices. We'll need 1 more busload of workers, please. Maybe after we gather up a few more foreign workers. The amount of workers we have right now is really low again for some reason. Yeah, we need like 10 workers-ish. Okay. Let's send the construction office bus out again, I guess. Might as well. Probably gonna gather a few workers. And then we might have to try again. Oh, you got overtaken. And we got all of them for the... No, half of them for the construction office. So I guess you can run your route. It'll be fine. Three children, very good. Life expectancy back up. Alright, so that was a mistake with the waste management, but that has been remedied. Okay, 8 workers, that should be enough. We'll unassign the bus until the last resources have been delivered. And then we'll finish the construction. Not sure why we had a large number of workers here. Okay. Alcohol, yes. No praying, okay. But no other issues anymore, so everything else seems to be fine again. Even buying food seems to be mostly okay. Okay, 1 more delivery of steel. Let's send our bus out again, together with the road cranes. And we'll put the machinery in place. We'll also need traffic signs here. That's a lot of workers. But we need another delivery of that size to finish the construction. Maybe even more. Nice progress though. One worker. Well, at that rate it's gonna take a while. Okay, our population is now finally higher than it was at the start. We started out with 16, I think, and now we're up to 17. It dropped down by 3 fairly early with poor healthcare. But now it seems to be running okay. Yep, that's gonna take a while. And you're gonna be the bus carrying workers. Regularly educated workers to the incinerator. Then the bus stop and then the end station at the end. Just for refueling. I'm basically waiting for 16-year-olds to start existing, for our students to finish their education and wanting to study. I think so I don't forget I will open up the party HQ again for workers. Workers is also not gonna finish it, but put it quite close to completion. Another 7 workers after that. Still not enough. Unless we get like 14. No, 7 is not gonna finish it. But then another 7 might. And then we still have the statue that needs construction. But that is of a lower priority. Workers. That should be our incinerator setup, I think. It might just be not enough, but we'll see. I'll let the bus run one more time to make sure it gets constructed. Another starvation, stroke or heart attack. We lost 1 person. Back down to 10 workers. Apparently we were unable to save them. Did not have enough doctors apparently. Did we have a child come from that? No. We're still at 6 children. One of them now trying to get a university education. Anyway, let's set up our bus route here. As I said, from the customs house, anyone with a regular education going to the incinerator. and then the bus stop, and then the bus end station. And that's your route. And our garbage truck will bring in hazardous waste and export regular waste. And then this one will be limited to 2 workers. And our garbage trucks themselves will be able to dump hazardous waste and mixed waste into the incinerator. And you don't have to wait until loaded at the incinerator. Whatever is there, you take. Now the problem with this is right now we don't have a way to put mixed waste in here while hazardous waste is inside. So there could be another problem with the garbage collection. And I think I have to build external storage just to make that work. I do have some experience with that. This one has the higher priority if I remember correctly. But in our case it just will be enough to have an external storage where we can dump mixed waste into. So that garbage collection can always get rid of their waste. Looks like we need a few extra workers here. We're importing a lot of waste. Probably gonna drive down the price fairly quickly. I might even put the hazardous waste here instead of into the incinerator. No, I think this is better, because then the hazardous waste can't overflow into this storage, and this one will always be available for unloading. Yeah, it looks like we're importing way too quickly. Giving us decent income, for sure, as long as the price stays relatively stable. This will be a nice source of income, not very clean. Hopefully not affecting the health of our citizens, but we'll wait and see. Ongoing university education. Seems to be going okay. There's a microbus. 5 workers, and then probably a few extra going to the bus stop. And that works much quicker now. So we should have enough capacity with 5 workers. Now let's exchange the construction of this bus again. Which I guess means I need another microbus. Let's not do that. Let's use our bus, whatever it is right now. This connection we'll build with like 25 workers at most, and then the garbage transfer we'll wait until we have the resources in and build it up really quick in one delivery of workers. Come on, we need actual population growth again. It's looking much better. We have university education, but population is still relatively low. I guess we have to wait for the university student to grow up But we have another death wave incoming soon. If we have an issue and our 56-year-olds start perishing, 59-year-olds now, then we could be in a little bit of trouble. The other thing that I realized from the other game is even if you disable the orphanage and have no tutors in here, the children can still survive until they grow up. Which is kind of crazy. But they become really criminal. So we would like to try and avoid that. "26 workers. Reasonable. Why are you not unloading? Might have to save that as a report. Let's drop a save so I can make a bug report. I thought that one was already fixed. Let's try again, send it out and send it back in. And if that doesn't work, then I'll try without the checkbox. Oh no, now it worked. Not sure what happened. Got all the resources necessary for the garbage stand. Let's build that up and set it for mixed waste. A lot of aluminium in here. Even getting rid of that waste is gonna give us a little bit of income. It's gonna be nice. Yeah, this is quite good for us. "41 workers is way overkill, but sure, just drop them in here. So our waste trucks, the hazardous waste will go into the incinerator, the mixed waste will go into the storage instead. And this will only... I guess, no, we could have both of it going in here. Doesn't matter. We'll dump all of the domestic waste into that storage. And it'll get burned up whenever they have time, basically. Let's drop this down to like 3 workers. See if we can still keep up with things. It's gonna be close. Maybe 4 workers. Or maybe just 5 to be safe. It's an extra 10 rubles. To not have to do micromanagement. Yeah, let's go up to 5 again. That one was working fine. 3 is not enough. Well, our imports are trying to fight the amount of money we have to pay for foreign manpower. Is there any other optimization we could do? If I had built a shopping center instead of a grocer and a small store, then all of the workers could be combined into one building and we would have fewer outages. So I think a small shopping center would have been better, I think. Having everything under one roof. We could try and make that optimization happen. But that would be more money used again. Oh, hello. One more people than yesterday. Good job. Hello, Sunshell. It's exactly the same amount that we started with at the beginning, with the difference being that we have 7 highly educated workers instead of all of them being lower education. We are ready for an orphanage in case we need it. And we've started running an incinerator with foreign workers to try and alleviate the constant money drain that we're experiencing. It's not caught up with, like, our profit with the hazardous waste incineration hasn't caught up with the foreign manpower usage yet. But there might be a point where it flips over and we actually earn some money. But yes, things are still slow. Don't have any happiness issues. That's good. And only alcohol as a health issue, which is fine. This shouldn't generate enough pollution to be a threat to our settlement. I was originally going to build that in walking distance of the settlement, but I have decided against that for obvious reasons. Getting our 16 workers ill on waste incineration pollution would be a bad choice. We're still not running our kindergarten. Until we have like 10 people who can't work due to small children, I don't think it makes any sense for us. We need a lot of workers to finish that monument. And right now we have none that would be available to do that. I'm not gonna send out the worker bus just for that. Let's check if the price changed in any dramatic way with one truck active. It went up a little bit. But only a little bit. Should be okay. Could lower the amount of resources imported a little bit, I guess. But I'll leave it unchanged. Until we have a dramatic drop. Let's leave it as is. We're getting half of the foreign manpower refunded in like imports right now, so that's nice. That means our money will last a while longer than predicted, but we did have to spend materials on infrastructure. And we'll have to spend more money on that in the future as well. You can be done by an excavator, very good. I mean, once we start having our population grow large enough where we might run some of these facilities ourselves, we'll cut out the middleman, foreign manpower, and then hopefully we won't have any epidemic kill a lot of people from us. I'm still a bit worried that an epidemic comes around and wipes everything out. At least our healthcare is pretty solid. Still 6 children. Where is the child that's currently doing university education? I want to see the progress. We need like 10 workers max. And the student arrived when the professors went home. But we got some extra. 1.28, so a quarter on the way there. Seems okay. At the age of 17, so 4 more years. And then, if they don't finish in time, they can live in the Hall of Residence. That's exactly 10 workers. Very nice. And you're stuck again for some reason. Let's try running without the checkbox. See if that maybe solves it consistently. Hello, Hailstorm. No coal mines here. Couldn't run that with that low of a population count. So the coal mines are currently still unbuilt. But thank you for asking. How are you doing? All of you. Okay, that worked fine. Seems like the price has stabilized. You're adequate? Thanks for asking. Okay. Adequate sounds reasonable. How's my sleep situation? Usually, well, previously when my sleep cycle was bad, I was really tired and or sleeping. But nowadays I'm going to bed at like 9 PM, so 21 o'clock, and waking up at like 4 or 5. So I'm pretty happy with that. Usually I'm awake for much longer, until like midnight, but I really enjoy going to work very early, and then leaving fairly early. Like today, was able to start the stream quite early. So my sleep situation seems to be, I would say, fixed now. I would say it's fixed. Yes, I'm waking up really early, when it's still dark outside. One of the benefits of that is that I can open up the window and let it cool down before it turns like 9 AM and the sun comes out and the warm temperature starts creeping in. And I can have a little bit of a cold room, cooler room until like lunch. And then the rest of the building has heated up and it's not cold anymore. Sleep is important. Indeed. The 14-hour stream has helped a lot with my sleep pattern. It's a weird thing to say, but it did. I have to tell my doctor that I did a 14-hour live stream on the internet to fix my sleep cycle. Quick check on the waste. Seems okay. See no problems here. Lost another person. Did we have another heart attack and it wasn't handled or something? Or was it just from old age? Might have been old age this time. Back down to 9 workers. This is gonna go back and forth for a while. Oh, we're actually making a profit this month. Look at that. If we make enough of a profit, then we can probably even fund our building maintenance. We have to get more people. Do we have any children from that? No. Did we lose any children? No, we still have 6. Man. Maybe they had a heart attack while drinking alcohol. Okay, so we are making profit now. And it looks like maybe without the checkbox it's fixed. Didn't get stuck recently at least. Seems fine. I don't think I have a DLC building right now. I wonder if that one's fixed. There was a bug, or there might still be a bug, where when you click a DLC building it doesn't make any noise. It's 23 degrees Celsius and overcast today in Toronto area. How's the weather? Well, it's still 30 degrees. It was raining before, so, well, no, right now it's 26 degrees, but it's scheduled to go up to 30 degrees in about 3 hours, followed by a thunderstorm. So the humidity is really high and the temperature is not good for that. Tomorrow should be lower temperatures though. Looking forward to that, and then the next week should all be 20 or less, I hope. So we're getting approximate 2 hazardous waste imports for each delivery of workers. And it seems like that is working okay. It's also really good that we can use the truck on both routes for import and export, which cuts down on the material usage. So we're only wasting one truck, or not really wasting, we're only using one truck instead of two. Quite efficient. Okay, only one child at 6 or younger. Everyone else is getting a school education. Or at least trying to. Halfway there at 9 years old. Seems fine. We still have until 15. Plenty of time. You are halfway there at 18 years. You started with 16. You have until 21. So you're also basically going there as quickly as necessary. You lose one guy. Yeah, there was... I think there was a death due to old age. So... my hope is that the people we have right now going to university grow up and get a few more children going. We did recover our population somewhat, but yeah, we were in the hole with like 7 citizens. And we're struggling for that. But the money situation seems to probably be resolved. I might have to set up a vehicle repair station. Because I don't really want these to all break down at some point. Let me check the vehicle wear and tear. Only at 22, so we have some time left. It's not being used too much. But yeah, I'll probably set up a vehicle repair station and have it on demand instead of always active. A little bit worried about how few workers we have in the fire station, not having enough. So the population is still trying to hang on, but could be better. It's a very... I mean, I'm thinking of what else I could do to try and improve things. I could try and work on hooking up another customs house to get more highly educated workers here, or more workers in general. I could try and use helicopters. But it all feels like a little bit overkill. I could try to give them another attraction so they would be happier. Could go for a medical university and try to get the research done that, like alcohol standards might be a good research to do. A medical university sounds like a good idea, but those things are quite expensive. The larger universities. The medical university is even more expensive than the technical university. So it's not gonna happen. I don't think. I mean, I could afford it. But running it and then having two universities and I don't know where the students are gonna go could be a bit confusing. Unable to drink alcohol. Okay. So the workplace wasn't occupied for a little moment. Should be fine. Pollution 1%. Oh, we are incinerating things. Should not affect our citizens though. I think the only optimization I could make is trying to move all of our shopping into one building. Because then I could set that to 5 workers instead of 3 each. And it would probably always be open. I think I'll do that. I think I'll build a shopping center. Okay, now we're having extra foreign workers again. Let's try and optimize our shopping center. We'll also give them a footpath into it here. I think that's probably the right choice. We don't have to tear down the grocer and the other store. Maybe the other store could be torn down, but the grocer could remain. Make sure that at some point we might be able to turn the area a little bit more efficient. I still believe this is going to take a while to get there. Still no new children, 2 people going through university education. Trying to. Excavators are only to be delivered by truck, which will hopefully conserve their wear and tear a little bit so they don't have to drive across the road. The rest is set up correctly. No one should walk onto this construction site, please. Thank you. Now that we're making profit, I'm wondering if I should start working on more industry with foreign workers so there's something to do. I think I'm gonna set up I think I'm gonna go to the western border and set up a thing where it's an incinerator with a fire station, water, sewage, electricity, and it's just gonna sit there and make money. We will have to have a construction office to free up the free construction offices here, but I think it's gonna give us some US currency for not much. Oh no, the downside I guess would be if we import hazardous waste from the US border and the Soviet border, then I think the price would drive down even more and we wouldn't get any profit in rubles anymore. The alternative would be, I go back to the western border and set up a lumber industry and see if that one is profitable. If it isn't and we just lose all of our US currency, it doesn't matter. So at least we have something to do. But yeah, I need to set up a construction office to move all of our machinery in there. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 vehicles. So we would need the largest construction office there is. Don't like how that one looks though. I didn't even leave enough room for the road here. But that's fine. These aren't expensive. This is doable. Now if you had electricity, you could also get fuel in there. And we want fuel in the construction office so the machinery in there gets the ability to refuel instead of having to drive to a gas station. We could probably start building that up here, a lumber industry. Logging camp trying to export lumber just with the trucks. We would need to start with just a lumber camp and a fire station, I guess. I don't know if the lumber camps can actually catch fire. I think they might not catch fire. So maybe we don't actually need the fire station. I guess we could try that out. Just a lumber camp with some electricity. Exporting logs, see if it's profitable. And then set up a repair station where we can repair the vehicles in like a few years. I mean, I could get 10 more migrants on the western border and grow another settlement there. But they could interact with each other. Like people from one settlement could try to move to the other, so I don't think that would work for us. Would make it interesting though. Would give you twice the things to do. And by now we might actually have the vehicles available on the western border to make that happen. We do have some excavators. Not sure if we have... I don't think we have concrete mixers yet. So that could be a problem. And there is a river here, so we're not gonna get vehicles over there easily. The other option is to build it down here, because in this area seems like we could have a road connection between the two customs houses and get the machinery to the western border without problem. But then again, I could also just make a wooden bridge here and move some equipment over. Probably gonna do that. Two more deliveries. Sorry, 4 more deliveries. I missed the concrete. That means our construction office vehicle. Let me go and grab a bunch of workers. Because the concrete mixers are gonna get here soon enough. Please let the buses through. We need more workers again. They're sending all the construction equipment through right now. That could be disastrous if another person has a medical emergency. Okay, so grocer, load, small store, load. I want to use those materials and empty these buildings out. Then we're going to drop those resources in here. I will temporarily turn off imports of those, so that they can only use these materials. And turn it back on when we realize that we don't have enough equipment. 58 workers. Could potentially finish that construction quite easily. If it was domestic workers, yes. Foreign workers might be close. Don't think it's gonna. No, it's gonna. It should finish. It's gonna be close, but okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. Also, no workers on this construction site directly walking on top of it, thank you. Let me deactivate that and turn it down to 0. So any new construction site will not allow workers directly walking on top of it. Now we're gonna finish it. For sure. That's way too many workers, but thank you. Bring the resources here. Five workers. Shut that one off. Shut that one off. Food, clothing, and electronics can now be imported from the customs house. All of these buildings have been emptied out, so if I wanted to bulldoze them I could do that. But yeah, I think this is gonna be better. We're gonna have more workers here, and a higher chance for this building to be crewed by workers at all times. Well, the chance is higher, doesn't mean it will happen. Well, you're gonna starve. Back up to 16 workers. No, 16 people. Did we get one more? I feel like we didn't. How are we up to 16? Oh, we have one person studying. Right. So one person moved into the Hall of Residence. They couldn't quite finish their studies. Hopefully they'll be able to do that quite soon and move into a regular life at this very low density populated area. Okay, so to get to the western border we will need a bridge. A wooden bridge will do fine. Do I want to build in this area? Looks quite rugged. Sure. This looks weird. As if someone built a road up here and then saved it. Yeah, there's a few of these areas here, it looks like. There's another one on this side. I don't think I'm gonna do gravel road. I want to take as few resources as necessary from the customs house for this. And then start building from the western border. I might be able to build that bridge from the western border. Or at least deliver the resources to the construction site from the western border. Very steep here. We'll have to go through that area for terraforming any of this. Also quite steep here. Okay, I'll have to wait for the free construction offices. Concrete we can't really deliver, I don't think. Oh, the construction officers are already assigning themselves here. And I guess we only need a bit of concrete, gravel, and a bunch of boards. So, looks like this is less than 3 kilometers away, which is interesting. Hope you finish that construction before winter, otherwise the dirt road's gonna be really slow. I also probably have to put down 1 or 2 gas stations on this route, just to have it. And then 1 at the customs house over there, in the vicinity. We'll need one distribution office for this area. Well, we got our long-haul trucks for wood exports, so it'll be interesting to see if this actually is profitable or not. All the resources for the current construction phase of the new large construction office and start building it. Alright. Don't make me regret the decision of the shopping center. Come on. Work. Thank you. $60 workers should be enough for the current construction phase, and then we need the buildings or whatever they need. I guess the roof on top of it. But the trucks are currently heading to the bridge, or, well, they will soon head to the bridge after the groundwork is done. The excavator will have to be brought here first. And during that time we should be able to get the roof materials delivered. Let's tell our fuel truck to bring some fuel to this gas station as well. .79, 22 years old. Would be nice if you could finish your studies. Got another full delivery of workers dumped on top of this. And another one incoming, but only with like one worker presumably, because there's no construction materials here right now. Okay, working with dirt roads is going to be really fuel inefficient. But yeah, basically just a logging camp. Sending one microbus to like the logging camp. We will need electricity in the area, which is going to be the annoying thing. Do we even have electricity here? Doesn't look like it. And neither do we have electricity here. There's a substation, transformer. I might have to draw a power line over. Oh, there's one. Never mind. But it's still quite far away. Doesn't matter. We can spend the US currency to draw a power line there. Should be fine. Oh right, the transformer. I just realized the transformer could catch fire. So even if the logging camps don't, the transformer might. We'll leave this area in place, but we're probably gonna start building from this customs house. Well, the one that had the power line. Because here we can use the medium voltage wires without having a transformer, so there shouldn't be any risk of something catching fire. It's very far away from this area though. I'm also worried that I'm getting distracted doing random stuff right now, and there could be problems in our other settlement. I mean, we're gonna build the bridge and probably draw another road over here, relocate the fuel truck to this area. Well, the one with the power line, this one. And try again from this area. Although this is really hilly. Regardless. All we need is a concrete mixer to be able to go over there. And then we should be able to start building. We got our construction office. We'll schedule fuel to be delivered into the construction office. And then start moving the machinery over, except for our construction equipment like road cranes. And the accompanying bus. But everything else can go over. I'm gonna tell you all to relocate. Use another open haul truck, it's fine. Let's copy the sources. Let's set the search radius to 3 kilometers. And everything should be in order. Still at 1.79. You really ought to finish your studies. Looks like the other construction office might be too far away now. Yep. Well, I guess we're gonna assign it. Bring the boards over here. I assume we don't have a concrete mixer available, right? Otherwise this whole thing is not necessary. Yeah, no concrete mixer. And no dump trucks. Still. It's unfortunate that I don't have electricity in this area. And there's no other power line, right, that I'm missing? There seems to be double roads here, but it's a rail line. So this is not a power line. And there's also, well, there's an eastern power line here which we're already using, so can't use that. What is the challenge? The challenge is that the goal is to get to 1,000 citizens. And the challenge is you can only click one of these buttons once. We have chosen to start with 10 migrants from the Soviet bloc. And we're down to 9 workers because of some healthcare issues. So, the challenge is get to 1,000 people. The only starting point is you can only get migrants once. So either 10 migrants or 5 highly educated migrants. And this is what this area is trying to successfully run. And it's struggling quite a bit. Hopefully the next person will finish their studies soon, then we'll have 10 workers again. But they're really struggling with it. Don't go to the grocer. Eating plant bus stop, yeah. I want the clinic to be fully occupied with workers, and then people should go to the party HQ, and then you can do whatever. This is the current goal set for our workers. Alright, it looks like we're going to start building from here. Alternatively, I just draw a medium voltage wire. How far is that? And is this is going to cause power issues, is it not? I would assume it would. Alright. Further away than anticipated. So we'll try a logging industry in this area instead. Probably going to move over the fuel truck with its task. So, I guess during winter you can try and supply fuel to all of these. 3 new stations. And then maybe later on we'll move you over into a distribution office on that side. And the first logging camp would just be here, right in this area. Woodcutting post, 50 tons of internal storage, nothing else. I don't think they can catch fire, but that's what we're going to test. We're probably going to relocate some construction equipment over here instead of buying new ones. We'll have to wait for the bridge to finish construction. It's going to be multiple construction phases, but snow's gonna start dropping soon and I'm not gonna move workers along the dirt road right now. We'll do that next year. Okay, looks like the studies have... Wait, someone grew up. Is that a new person? Yes. No, it's not. Someone decided to not get a higher education, I guess. We're back to 10 workers. Soon 11. As soon as you finish your studies, you're at 1.98, so the next one should successfully finish that. Well, it looks like we got another worker from somewhere. Oh no, we got another child, my bad. But we also got another worker, right? I thought we were down on 9 workers instead of 10. I'm confused. We definitely don't need to move more people into getting a university education. Just more workers are gonna be good enough. School time. Need a worker. Come on. Anyone? Thank you. No? They're almost done. There we go. 1 hour of study time. Probably not gonna be enough. Nope. Maybe next time. How old are they? 23. That's still young enough. Two extra years of study time should not be that much of a problem. For construction, we got a wood cutting post, we got 3 construction offices, we still need a vehicle depot, a road depot. And we don't need a bus stop. And we would carry like 2 people, probably. 2 and from the... or only to the wood cutting post once we have it. We need a dump truck, a concrete mixer, and an open haul truck to finish the construction. And a bus. So we need to move a concrete mixer and a dump truck over from the eastern border to the western one. And then we're gonna find out if logging is profitable. And then maybe we can run a sawmill with a fire station. But I think if we do that with foreign workers, it's not gonna be great. Okay, looks like our student finished their studies. Now we have 11 workers again. And we have 6 children in total. Not bad. Well, could be better. We're making a profit again since we're not building anything. The heating plant is stopping production, which it shouldn't really do. I think the change to the shopping center was probably the right choice. Having everything under one roof. Making sure we can combine 6 workers into only 5 and then making those people work this building reliably. I think this was correct. I wonder if I should bulldoze the other buildings. At some point they're gonna require maintenance, but it might be fine. Snow will start dropping tomorrow, I imagine. It's gonna slow down our poor fuel truck quite a bit. I'm gonna copy the schedule over. Once we get a delivery of fuel here, we can relocate the fuel truck. You are not going to get from that your resources from... I guess you could get your resources from any customs house, it doesn't really matter. Hello Stalify, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So do we have any predictions on how long this is going to take if we are successful? How long will it take to get to 1,000 people, and will we die before that due to boredom? I think the idea of trying to set up a logging industry with foreign workers will keep us busy. But this is let's name it nicely, this is a very low intensity challenge. So not much happening, just if something goes wrong, we might not catch it and it can cause problems really quickly. I'm still worried about an eventual pandemic like dropping. Looks like we have a decent number of foreign workers at the customs house, so let's send some of them to build the Lenin statue next to our Hall of Residence and orphanage. We need as many workers as it says here. More or less. 200 workers, no road cranes involved. The monument is like completely done by hand. Machinery assistance not really possible. The other thing we need here is electricity. And this will be done by an electric substation going directly into the customs house transformer. Nothing from that should be able to catch fire. Water, and I am also not going to care about water and sewage, I don't think. Like, this area is going to be really, really low tech. We're going to try and make it profitable with foreign workers. Yeah, we'll have to take a lot of resources back to the customs house to pay back just the cost of the truck. But who knows, maybe the price of boards is gonna shoot up again, like it did in our other game. Right now boards are really cheap, so... and wood is even cheaper. Seems unlikely then, but we'll see. We'll try anyway. Not gonna go for a sawmill. A sawmill would require a fire station, I assume. Two deliveries of workers has been made. Let's turn off the deliveries right now. I'm a little bit worried about winter and low temperature that we don't get enough workers for our other facilities, so let's wait with the construction of the monument until temperatures start improving again. That heating plant is going down way quickly. And there's the temperature dropping, and there's another worker trying to fight the cold. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, let's wait with construction office workers right now. Until March at least. Okay, this shouldn't really happen. Thankfully we had a domestic worker show up to crew the shopping center. Unable to visit hospital is like worst case scenario kind of stuff. I'm wondering if I should up this to like 3 people. I should have enough people to run it at all times right now, right? I have like 8 highly educated workers. We have 2 set up. 3 shifts means we need 6 highly educated workers. But then again, we don't have enough staff, I guess. So they're sharing their workload. Still have people study on the regular. seems to be running okay. Maybe everything is in balance now, where population growth will actually start happening. Where is the fuel truck? What is it doing right now? It's right here. How much fuel do you need anyway? I might replace you with a better fuel truck, you know? One that can carry more. Or we could get another small one and start it from this customs house. And have two of them sit around. 5 tons versus 17 tons. I'll go for another small one. We'll try to keep things cheap. The fire station and repair station might have to happen if I want to keep the vehicles repaired. Going back to the distribution office instead of refueling first, which is good for us, because then the gas station will stay untouched for the time being. But I think all the gas stations will at least need 2 deliveries to count as not requesting anything else. Because they're set to get 30% delivered. And that would be more than 6 tons. So all of these will require a little bit extra fuel. No one's studying in the Hall of Residence right now, which means they're not older than 21 yet. Waiting for a party official to show up. There we go. A third of the way done at age 17, so seems okay. Could be better. Could be much worse though. I think we're on a good track. Money seems really good, like we're not losing money, we're actually earning money for foreign workers. At some point we will have to do building maintenance though. So I'm not gonna spend any money on other things right now. One of the dump trucks and one of the concrete mixers will go to the western border and spend their time there. I think that's all we need. We do have local excavators and open haul trucks, etc. Just the dump truck and the concrete mixer are not available right now. And there's gonna be a while before that happens. First one showing up 66, so in 4 years, 3 to 4 years. And dump truck is also in 3 to 4 years. So we might bring them back and replace them with Western vehicles to keep all of the Western material contained. And see if we have a positive income by just running logging camps. No complaints about happiness. Only alcohol being a complaint about health. Maybe it would be a good idea to start this challenge not with the small party HQ, but plopping down like a medical university and actually researching the alcohol standards. Maybe it would be a good idea to not run a pub. They would be slightly unhappy and there could be like the potential for people leaving because of that. But it would be better for their health. We now have a birth rate that is exceeding our death rate, which is really good. Actual population growth. So we have a higher birth rate, And we have more workers than we started out with. Waiting for the epidemic any minute now. The dump truck and concrete mixer are going to take a while to get here. Would have been way easier building that down here, I guess. Could have had a direct route, not having to wait for a bridge to be built. But a bridge looks cool. Just have to wait for the snow to go away and then we can send our construction workers over there. By the time that happens in like 2 months, we should have a decent chunk of workers waiting here. In the meantime, I can send another bus load of workers to the construction site. Taking 60 workers from this should not be a problem. Seems like we have enough. At least once. I will have to do that one more time at least after that. But we'll have to wait again. And you might have loaded some highly educated workers. No, you didn't. Good. Yeah, we need like at least 2 more bus runs to the monument. And if there's still a little bit of construction left, I'll just let some workers go into the construction site. Directly, without a bus. Okay, let's unassign the bus. Heating plant stop production. Not great, as per usual. Temperature's even lower than before. But there's a person entering the heating plant right now, so... Maybe I should set it to 7. Higher chance of it always being crewed. Maybe I should add another microbus. Let's add another microbus. It's already a lot of buses, but we're going to increase the amount of workers here slightly. I could also upgrade these roads to gravel in the meantime. That wouldn't be that expensive. At least like part of it. I don't think the connection here is going to be the way it's going to go if it stays like this. But past this hill, this would probably stay persistent. After the snow melts, we're going to build the bridge and we're going to send construction equipment over to get everything built. I guess I could already get the other vehicles. I can't really do anything just yet. We need an excavator, we need an open hull truck, and a dump truck and concrete mixer. And a long haul truck for the actual equipment, the wood being transported. Interesting color schemes. I'm gonna go with that one. They will refuel as soon as they get here, and there should... well, there should be fuel here, but there isn't. Looks like the truck that I bought drove here and was already out of fuel. So we'll have to wait for our heroic other vehicle to make the delivery, or I get another fuel truck. One or the other. I'll just get another truck. Where did I buy that vehicle? I bought a vehicle right now, right? What did I just do? Oh, I bought it inside the customs house. Got it. Okay. That's fine. I was a little bit confused there. Load fuel. And bring it here. And then you can use that gas station to refuel yourself. And we're gonna move you into this distribution office instead. Things are very slow in winter on mud roads. Hello, Rubber Duck. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I decided to start streaming earlier than you today, so I wasn't able to watch you today. I assume you were still doing workers and resources. How did it go? No, don't use that customs house. No, that is stupid. Stay here. Get the fuel from this customs house only. Which I guess means that this distribution office should probably also only get the fuel from one customs house, and it does, okay. All fine, we started planning out Coal City and did some research. Coal City, is that the name? Really? Coal City? Good, it's not the name, okay. I was worried there for a second. We're running a city with 11 workers and 6 children, and making a profit with foreign workers here while we do it. What am I doing? What are my next plans? I'm running a challenge series. The challenge is to get to 1,000 people, and the starting point was I was only allowed to click one of these 3 buttons once. So we started with 10 migrants from the Soviet bloc. And we're trying to get to 1,000 people. So we're starting. It's the 10 pop challenge. So we're starting with 10 population, and trying to get a republic going from that. So far we've been struggling, but population is now actually starting to grow. We had some crisis and some health emergencies because we set it up a little bit wrong. We started with no highly educated worker, but our population now has a higher education rate of 8 versus 3, so 73%. So we got them educated very efficiently. Seems to be running quite nicely now. And I have a hope that if this keeps improving and we don't run into any pandemics that kill everyone, then this might actually be doable. Other than that, I set up an incinerator with one waste truck importing hazardous waste and exporting regular waste, which is basically what earns us some money. Hopefully it'll be enough money when maintenance hits and we have to repair all of the buildings. But this is running really efficiently. Domestic waste is dropped off in here, and this one is basically making sure we don't run full on waste in this thing. And to not get bored, I've decided in the meantime to also get towards the western border. And I will try and set up a logging industry as cheap as possible and see if we can start running a profitable industry on the western border with just logging. Since I can't get any workers here, it will have to either use foreign workers or no workers. So for the woodcutting post we need like 2 or 3 foreign woodcutters and then export the trees directly. In our previous games, trees were really expensive. In this game, they're still really cheap, so I don't know if it will work. But the Western vehicles are really efficient when it comes to transporting wood, steel, boards, etc. They can carry 30 tons. In 1963, they have really good vehicles for that kind of stuff. I know that a transformer could catch fire, but if I hook up a medium voltage wire to an electric substation directly, it shouldn't catch fire. Oh, I just realized maybe it's better if I put a switch here, so I can hook up more than once. So yeah, I can't really build any building that could catch fire. Or at least I don't want to, because then I have to run a fire station. A switch shouldn't catch fire, transformer shouldn't, substation shouldn't catch fire. I don't know if a logging camp can catch fire. I don't think so. But I don't remember. I think a sawmill could catch fire, and a transformer can catch fire, like these buildings. So I can't really hook up a high voltage wire right now. So we're gonna try weird things. Try and set up a logging industry. Right now I'm waiting for another month for the snow to melt, because I need a bridge to go over there and move a dump truck and a concrete mixer over, because we can't really buy these from the western border until like 66. Thank you very much. All the best to you too. Okay, one more delivery of workers for the construction over here. Right now we don't have enough, so I'm not going to pick any up. It looks like we have enough, but if I take 60 workers, then there's not going to be enough going to our village center. Let's call it village center. We have like 12 people here. The amount of workers went up again, so another one finished their studies. We now have a higher education rate of 75% with 9 highly educated workers. The more we get, the better things are going to be, because we're going to start filling out the university with our own professors. And then future students will get a higher education more quickly, which means that they can hopefully get children faster, and that should hopefully speed things up. And also reduce the need for getting foreign workers, because they will be replaced with our own. But we need to get at least to like 50 or 100 workers of our own to even consider reducing the amount of foreign workers we get, I think. Before that it would be a little bit foolish to even consider that. I would probably count this as like 8 highly educated workers. 4 highly educated workers times 3, so 12, 24, 36. So we would need at least 36 highly educated workers to make sure that our school, university and hospital clinic are fully staffed. And yes, I did count the staff slots as highly educated in this case as well. Because sometimes they seem to be placing themselves in those slots. Seems like we now have enough highly educated workers to actually run the university very well. Looks pretty good. Two more weeks and a few days in-game, and then the snow should start melting, and we'll also be able to send some workers to the bridge construction. Which is going to be 2 construction phases. It will also need a road crane. But yeah, that should be done with a few workers in the bus. Doesn't need that many. If we're starting to have a consistent amount of workers in the university, then things are going to look really good. Because instead of waiting until like 23 to finish their studies, they will finish their studies earlier and thus join the workforce quicker. And thus they can start having children faster. And it might actually be beneficial to our population growth. At some point though, we might actually face the issue of crime, and we will have to set up a police station, courthouse and prison. But let's not think about that just yet. It wouldn't be too difficult to set those things up. Running them with enough workers would be the problem. $50 workers in here. Adding that extra microbus. We're up to 6.4k rubles per month on foreign manpower, but we're earning 8.4 due to imports of hazardous waste. So overall, still profitable. Our money is still rising. I could allow 1 worker here every now and then and slowly build this up manually, which I guess is fine. So we'll allow like 1 or 2 workers onto the construction site every now and then. Got a fire. Barely able to put out the fire. Okay, we got some extra workers. Very good, thank you. A little bit worrying, but looks like we had a decent number of firefighters show up. I don't know why suddenly it increased by so many. I guess we had 7 workers and the first vehicle only carried like a fraction of them. And then when the second vehicle arrived, it was all of them actually active. So right now I believe this will be possible. Barring any catastrophic issues, this should now receive an upwards trend. The 1963 should probably be the point where we probably get over 20 citizens. That sounds so stupid. But it is a milestone for us. Once we get to like 32 citizens, that would be the point where we actually doubled our initial population. And maybe we can get the secret police at some point, but we will need a lot more workers in the party HQ before we can even consider researching something. Because I don't want to disrupt university studies at all right now. 1 more week before the snow starts melting, and we can start building the bridge. And after that we can start working on the logging area, which is going to be really simple. I guess we also need a covered hull truck, I just realized. Because of the electronic components. And I don't need a large one, so we're just gonna get the smallest covered hull truck there is. So just a dump truck and a concrete mixer after that, and then we'd be ready to start construction of everything. And I guess I can already plant some trees. To make sure we have something to cut down and turn into a little bit of money. We'll see if it's actually profitable. If it pays for the price of the vehicles that we had to buy or not. And we'll probably add more logging camps. Because I think the truck might be able to handle more than one logging camp. So we might have to have 2 or 3 logging camps to run everything to the highest efficiency. Two more days before the snow starts melting. I think it's 22nd or 23rd. It's probably 22nd. And then I'll assign the construction office to the bridge. When you're really close to the water, the snow gets really bright. And then it's really hard to see. Planning out anything next to the water can be difficult because of that. Right, let's build the bridge before the monument. One person moved into the Hall of Residence because they turned 21 and weren't done with their university education yet. But I believe they should finish before too long. Very good. Another student. Both of them receiving an education. I might have to up this to 3 workers now. We're having 2 students at the same time. There's the bus. So we'll need a bus delivery of workers. After that we'll need a bunch of boards. And then we need another bus full of workers to finish the construction completely. It shouldn't be that difficult. Yes, are you assigned to the bridge? Yes, you are. 30 tons of boards, so 3 resource deliveries. They have enough time. There's nothing else going on right now for them to worry about. Plenty of time. Three people studying right now. 2 of them between 16 and 21, and 1 of them being 21 and older. Hopefully you finish soon, and you can join the workforce. There's no way to turn off the Hall of Residence, right? No. Are you in range of waste? No. Thought you were. Barely outside of range. Oh well. So if I didn't want people to study longer than 21 years of age, then I would have to, I don't know, bulldoze this. In our case, this doesn't turn into a problem right now. Everyone can receive a higher education. It's fine by me. I would like to get the secret police and make our education a little bit more efficient. Only putting the most loyal of our citizens into the university. We don't have any babies right now. Could have a few more. Medical university would allow me to increase the birth rate, but other than encouraging words, we can't really do anything. I'm not gonna say anything weird right now while looking at their house. People waiting in front of the indoor pool, and no one coming here. Oh, we do have someone working here. Splendid. Maybe they'll start having more children as soon as people finishing their studies. Or maybe all of them are too old already. Oh, we're gonna have two people die at approximately the same time later on. Why are there so many complaints here? It's basically one person who wasn't able to get food, I guess. Should only be a temporary issue. Yes. Probably all the same person. How's the bridge? 2 more resource deliveries. The bus, which is on its way as well. And then we can move the construction equipment over, which is gonna have to travel quite a bit. Let's turn the gas stations up to 50%. Also on the other border. Here. 50% please. We need that dump truck and concrete mixer. Or we need to wait 3 more years and then we probably could buy it from this side as well. I will replace the eastern vehicles with western ones once we can do that. And relocate the other ones back. How long is 1 in-game year for the people? I don't know, I think it feels like 4 years maybe? I don't actually know. I have never counted that. It's definitely shortened, that's for sure. Otherwise you would be spending a lot of time waiting for people to grow up. And natural population growth would be really slow. Well, we got everything to finish the bridge. Just gotta wait for the bus to get here. It's currently heading this way, I can see it. It's highlighted in yellow because I have it selected. And then we'll move our construction vehicles to the western border and help with the building of the woodcutting post, the first one. Maybe I should try and look at if I can move the first substation in a point where I might deal with another woodcutting post. Like if we had the substation over here, we could probably have up to 3 woodcutting posts covered. So I'll move the substation away from this area and relocate it closer to this side. It did say it was in range, but I'm a little bit paranoid. Let's try again. I'm always worried that flattening the area might move it out of range for some reason, but it shouldn't really. Alright, that looks good enough. Smallest wire will be also enough. And then we'll have the option of having another woodcutting post here and one down in this area, all connected to the same substation. And all they need is electricity to refuel their vehicles. Okay. Dump truck. Here, right? Yeah. The bridge is not done yet. It looked like it was done. Are you kidding me? 7 work days. You brought like 50 workers for like 100 and something work days and you didn't finish that. Alright, I'll have to wait for the bus to get over there again and finish the bridge construction. Still didn't finish your education. You might finish yours. Well, don't have any staff right now, so probably 2 more attempts. If not a few more, but close. Almost done. Probably at the age of 23 yet again, but we'll see. Alright. How many are you bringing? 19. Okay, that's not too bad. I was worried you're gonna pick up another full load of workers, but 19 will do. And then we can relocate the construction equipment that we need. I'm gonna go with the bare minimum of construction equipment on the western border. Tell me when the bridge is done. I will assign that construction office to my assignment tool and then I can basically grab it from over here. I don't need to scroll to it. .93, barely an improvement. $12 workers now. Still no new children. You need to get on it. We need more population. I mean, we could check how long the time goes for a citizen by monitoring one person for a year and seeing how old they are after. March 30th, 23 years of age. Yeltsin Roland Maximovich. Let's hope I don't accidentally close that window, and let's hope they stay alive for a year. If I don't forget about it, we can check if they're 27 or younger or older than that. bridge construction is done. Let's go over, grab our construction office. And now we should be able to relocate our equipment. One dump truck, one concrete mixer, nothing more. And the last thing we will need is a bus. I'll put that into a construction office without assignments again. And maybe a road crane. Maybe I should also relocate a road crane. Let's see. We don't have a road crane available here. We do have a bus available. It's a large one. Maybe I should just relocate a microbus here. Yeah, I'll get a microbus instead. And road crane we probably also have to buy. There's no road crane available. I guess I could have gotten a personal vehicle instead of a microbus, but a few workers is probably better. Alright, let's also get a road crane. Just to make sure that construction tasks aren't too slow. W50 please. Okay. And they should be able to start building things as soon as they arrive. It's gonna take a while for them to get over there, but shouldn't be that long. Tabovina River? Sure thing. You are at 2.00, but you are still in basic education, so guess you gotta go back into the university after having a nice drink. And maybe finish that education. Let's put down a vehicle repair station, shall we? Wear and tear shouldn't be too bad. One's at 30%, gonna need repairs soon. A small repair station, no warehouse, no nothing. Just a small repair station should be good enough. And we could build it in range of the construction office, so that the vehicles in there could already get repaired without having to rely on a truck going there. If we can put it in range, that is. Maybe at some point we can have a shared warehouse here, but I don't think there will be a reason for that. School time. Still at 2.00. Will you finish your education or not? You have 3 professors. We got a pandemic, or an epidemic. Oh, you finished your education, lovely. It's not very impactful on the health of our citizens. It is very infectious, and they expect a long duration. So, we're gonna have a disease that is very infectious, with a not too high impact on the health of our citizens. I don't think I need to increase the amount of workers here, but we'll have to keep a close eye on the health of our citizens. Oh no, oh no. Crime is starting to pop up with 17 people. We can't run a police station right now. We don't have the workers for it. That's ridiculous. 17 people and they're already committing crime. At least it's not having a significant impact on our happiness at all. So I'm not going to build that, but we'll have to keep it in mind when we get closer to like 30 plus, maybe 50 workers. Police station and the other buildings to make sure that we don't run into any problems where crime takes care of some of our citizens. That would be bad. So the vehicles are still traveling here. Got a long way ahead of them, but they should be more than halfway. There they are. And then we're missing a microbus and a road crane, which are also almost there. Gotta refuel and then start bringing construction equipment and materials to our construction sites. You went to the bus stop, so you didn't find any work? No, you went on the bus stop as a passenger, trying to fulfill a demand. Okay, I was worried there. I thought we were already full on workplaces. Maybe we need to add another attraction. Seems like the museum isn't cutting it anymore for all of them. Now that the construction has started, Customs House is being overworked a little bit again, but should be okay. I'm not going to build an elaborate storage for resources or concrete or asphalt plant. That is not something we need right now. I think this studying is going better. I don't have proof of it, it just feels like it is. Yes, Yeltsin didn't finish it only until they were 23, but it feels like our party HQ is filled with more workers regularly. At least at the same time that people want to actually study. It's not consistent yet, but it's getting there. Okay, you're 21, 1.77, that's about the same rate that Yeltsin was at that age, so hopefully gonna finish your studies soon and move into the workforce. 13 workers now, still no new children, which is a little bit concerning. Gotta say. Let's try and run the kindergarten with 2 workers and see if that encourages people to have children. I don't think it does anything, but maybe if there's like place for people to move their children into kindergarten, it encourages more people to have children. I don't know. Looks like construction has now finally started. Logging camps are really easy to build. I guess I'll grab the long haul for hauling wood. And we also need a bus for workers, and I guess I need another microbus for this. I want to carry like 5 workers maximum to the logging camps. And getting the MM5201 is overkill. No, I'm gonna get personal vehicles for that. That makes more sense. We're gonna drive workers there by beetles. They can carry 4 workers, that's fine. So Yeltsin was 23 years old 2 months ago. Now he's 24. We'll wait until March 30th. And see what his age is at the time. Okay, maybe it was misleading, maybe it's still inconsistent. Come on people, more children please. We do have 14 places free in the kindergarten. Ah, the perfect logging vehicles. A long haul truck and a Porsche. Perfect. Two people weren't able to go shopping. Seems like we had a slight issue with our shopping center. Not enough workers there. Okay, we had another child. Good. Good, good, good. At some point we're gonna have a population dip again. I think every one of our citizens will have a higher education going into the future. We have like 3 of the original migrants. None of the original migrants got a university education, I think. Well, at some point I relocated a bunch of them into the building, so I guess that is not true. But yeah, the 3 that are regularly educated are definitely from the original migrant wave. I think I remember those excavators, I'm not quite sure. At least the hydraulics look very familiar. With the cover ending at the upper hull. Okay. 2 resource deliveries, and then we can build our logging camp. Or our wood cutting post. And then the excavator has to move to the medium voltage switch. We already have enough for this wire, so I guess we can build that. Assign you here. And put this... I guess we'll still need the excavator here. Put this on low priority and then send the workers over to that one as well. And we'll do the substation last, after the groundworks has been done. Yeah, seems like the epidemic doesn't have any significant impact on our health so far. How's the situation with our repair station? All resources present. I guess we'll send the bus over. Yeah. Got plenty of people waiting in the customs house, so sending over some construction workers will be fine. And then we'll have to turn it off. Let no one go into the repair station right now. And only activate it whenever there is a demand to actually repair something. Otherwise it would waste valuable workforce. And we can't have that right now. I really wish there was more shoppers, more sellers in there regularly. People are wanting to buy food, and there's no one in here. So one person will be starving now. Come on, send some workers here. I might have to use priorities for this. This is ridiculous. You didn't finish the construction? This is ridiculous. Maybe I should have. Maybe I need to upgrade to larger buses and bring a larger swath of like workers here instead of the microbus route. But I feel like getting a consistent input of workers every now and then is more beneficial, rather than like a large dump of workers and then having the situation where some workplaces don't have anything for a longer time before the next bus arrives. Okay, you're almost done. Hopefully you'll finish soon. Let's go back to the western border and check. Almost done with the woodcutting post. The wire has been built. That is the underground one. This one still needs workers. And the transformer. We'll need a lot of workers, but that's fine. Finish the construction. We need some logging trucks here, but now we can run this basically. So get workers from the border, anyone with an education, and drop them off into the logging camp. I guess we don't have any vehicles with, we don't have any logging trucks, so have to get those from the eastern border too. I guess. And bring some fuel over here. As soon as we have electricity and yeah, the connection. Also need to turn on electricity imports, otherwise we're not going to get any. Here's our wire. Switch is still waiting for steel. And then the substation. I think we can put that to high priority now. And do the substation last. And then everything should start running here. You'll go here, load wood until fully loaded, and export. As I said, I don't think I want to bring drinking water here. Might be bad because it reduces their productivity by half, but I don't know. We'll see. If it doesn't produce enough boards, enough wood, then I will probably bring some water here. But I won't take the sewage away, I'm just gonna bring water. I'll have to clean out the sewage themselves. Okay, you got an education. After your free time, you will move out of the Hall of Residence and join the workforce, which means we then have 14 workers. Right now. Cool. And you're still 0.2 away from that. 2 children now. Cool. And I guess the parents could put them into the kindergarten, but it's somewhat unreliable, so they're not doing that. Could shut the kindergarten off again. I'll leave it open, I guess, occasionally. It's gonna be rarely used though. The orphanage, not necessary yet. We're at 19 citizens. You're blocking the entrance. Okay, if that happens, then maybe a free bus stop? Maybe we should use smaller trucks. I don't know. That's annoying. I guess we're bringing the workers to the bus stop instead. They will only really be able to work as soon as they have electricity. Not sure why, but they can't work before that. If I remember correctly. Got the switch. Waiting for the substation. And then it should start working. I had F-18 jet bust my house and go away. What did you do? Did you download something illegal? It's common since they have a base around 25 kilometers away. Ah, okay. Business as usual then. It's been March, April, May, June. It's been less than 3 months and we already gained 3 years of age for Yeltsin. I thought you said it's common. Now you say it's quite rare. Most couple times a year. Okay. It's more common than what... It's more common than for most people, I would imagine. Where are the other trucks? They're still heading here, right? Yeah. Got it. Okay. "12 years of age, already done with their school education, or very close to it. And at the age of 15 they can move over to university studies. So maybe things are speeding up. Not quite certain yet, but it seems to be getting better. We did have to spend a lot of money for vehicles going to the western border because they don't have any logging trucks. But let's see if we can make that stuff run with the equipment that we gave them. Also, let's turn off the repair station and bring in some resources, which is also going to cost some money. No electronics. No, you're carrying electronics as the first resource. No. No. Go back. No electronics here. 1, 2, 3, 7. That's a very weird spread. 2, 4, 6, 10. That will do. Fabric, electronics components, and mechanical components. And then we need someone to bring steel here, I guess. Another distribution office. Wait, now that we have a shopping center, I can put the refrigerator truck to park there directly. Because it does have 2 parking spaces, so we don't need the refrigerator truck back in the store. Well, I guess we still need it. Because I still have the orphanage that might require meat at some point. I'll move one of the Hope and Hull trucks in here, and you are going to handle steel deliveries here. I remember one year someone spent 30 minutes doing that just above treetops, and I saw him banking down in the glintering of the canopy on his figure doing a banking left turn at 50 to 100 meters. Sounds exciting. When we have a helicopter flying above 200 meters over our house in the village, that was exciting, but having a jet doing acrobatics low to the ground sounds way more exciting. And you were sitting inside. Yeah. Those things are not quiet, that's for sure. Okay, all the resources for repairs are being delivered, except for plastics, because I didn't turn that on. So now, if we have a need for vehicle repairs, which we will have soon, we will have a repair station for it. Got the substation, so the logging camp should now turn trees into, yeah, logs to be picked up. And I think they'll be able to work even without drinking water. They aren't faster than the trucks right now, so I'm not gonna need to bring anything to them. We could set up another... Oh god. No, the fuel truck is doing the same thing. Go back. We could set up another woodcutting post. All we would need is another Porsche. Oh, and we have electricity here, and that's about it. And of course a few extra logging vehicles to carry the trees around. But yeah, the workers, even without drinking water, are working sufficiently fast. Whenever they get delivered, they chop down a few trees and that's it. The trucks can't keep up with that. $254 US. The truck has cost us 25,000, I think. If not more. Oh, only 16,000. Okay. So we'll need to do a few deliveries to pay everything back. Maybe the price is going to change to our favor. Who knows. Very slow to unload too. Seems like one truck will be enough for one wood cutting post, but it's getting to the point where maybe we need another one. Or we have to upgrade the road to gravel, which I don't really want to do. I think the setup is doing what it's supposed to. But the foreign manpower is quite expensive. I guess we were still doing construction during this month. So let's wait and see how much we actually spend on manpower this month. And we're bringing in more foreign manpower than we actually need. The felled trees ready to transport is going up faster than we need to. Could probably cut the amount of workers in half and still chop down enough trees. But yeah, let's see if the export is profitable compared to the amount of foreign manpower we get. We get 250 for our export. Right now we already spent 50 on the manpower. And then we have the occasional fuel imports. Plus maintenance of the building will need to be done at some point. Probably not going to be profitable unless we maybe drive the price up. But yeah, by itself, without a sawmill, maybe not. We'll see. It could still be profitable. It's barely any workers, and as long as we don't need a fire station constantly occupied with workers, it's a very low amount of workforce that we do actually need. And it's also to test if the woodcutting post can burn down, I guess. We've reached 20 citizens. We have 3 really young children. We have 1 person over 21 years old studying still. Almost done. Yeah. I think that's the milestone. Maybe next time we can go up to 30 or 40. But we are going to get a few deaths fairly soon. 71 years old, 66, 72, 65. We're gonna lose like 4 people probably until the end of this year, depending on how fast the actual aging is in the game. Yeltsin, who was 23 on the end of March, is now 27 at the start of July. So it's definitely more than 4 years per actual year. So it might be 1 year every 2 months. Maybe even more than that. We had... Wait, we checked on March, so we only had like 2.5 months pass. And he aged 4 years. Well, that's 2 years per month. Could fit. Wait. If it's 2 years per month, that means he will be 24 years older March next year. That is quite the fast aging process. Lots of workers at the border. Let's assign our construction office bus again. Oh no, no. Stop. This is getting built by people walking here already. Only 11 workdays left. They can finish that this way. It's fine. Don't need to bring the construction office into that. I thought we waited until more workers were at the customs house, but looks like I turned on the direct workers walking to the site. $500 profit so far this month, so more than expected. Getting the vehicles maintained and everything is of course another question, if that one would actually work, but right now we're earning a little bit of money. We're not using too much electricity, barely any. The price of wood went down because of our export, or I guess general market fluctuations. I'm not going to build another logging camp, but if the price does go up, then the potential is there. Another logging camp, another truck. Seems like something that could be done. Profit on the eastern border way higher, thanks to our incinerator. "70 years of age and already at 1.95 education level. I wonder if they finish their university education, if they're going to move into the workforce right away, or if they keep studying. I assume they keep studying until 21 years old, so they are not going into the workforce until then, which is a little bit of a shame, but I'm glad that they finished their university education so quickly. 15 workers now. I think we have everything in place, barring the scrapyard for vehicle replacement. Already doubled the workers, yay. Oh yeah. No, we only have 15 workers, we didn't double it. This is the number of population that we have, the amount of workers is only 15. So we got 50% workers more. We need to be at 32 up here to actually double our population count from the beginning. It's gonna take a while longer. I want to get to 1,000 people, not 1,000 workers. It's not that much difference, but yeah, we're trying to drive this number up to 1,000. So we'd only need to increase that by 50 more. 50 times more. If it was only 50 more workers, that would be nice, but no, it's 50 times more. Let's reduce the amount of workers to 50%, because we don't need that many. And see if the number still goes up or if we are dropping. If we're dropping, we can put it up to 70–80%. I mean, 1 or 2 more workers is not that much, but I'm trying to be as profitable as possible. It might be better putting in drinking water here than extra workers. How's the price of 1 foreign worker on the western border compared to water? It's 13.5 per cubic meter versus foreign manpower being about that. And I think 1 cubic meter would last a very long time. So it might be better to actually provide drinking water here. But it feels like they're working decently fast even without drinking water, so I don't know. No drinking water, no sewage also. So let's leave the drinking water away from here. 750 workers probably if the ratio is 75–25. Yeah, it looks like that. But the ratio depends on like how many children versus how many workers. Right now we have 5 children, so that could change. Still want to build a medical university. Just to improve health by reducing the danger from drinking alcohol. Should I really build a medical university? Any opinions on that? It would be a really large investment. But it would probably make our population growth safer. And also have the potential of helping us deal with future epidemics should they show up and turn into problems. Would require a lot of research, and we don't really have the population to do a lot of research right now though. So I'm not sure. No more complaints about crime right now, so that's also gone. Maybe there was crime because people couldn't get what they were trying to buy, so they had to resort to stealing some food. But all is good now. The medical university would be complete overkill for this area. It's like, okay, we're gonna try a really small settlement, bam, medical university. How large is it with heat water? 21 cubic meters. That shouldn't be a problem. It's a tenth of the heating capacity of the small heating plant, but we don't have that many other buildings, so it's probably going to be fine. I'll just keep it in mind. It's probably the only university we really need. Unless I want to go for the secret police. But I don't think we will need that. 28 years old. August. Yeah, I think this is 2 years per month. It feels like. So from March to August, that's like 3 months, right? 3.5. April, May, June, July, sorry, 4 months. 4 months, and he went up by 5 years, up to 6. So it's maybe a year per month in game. So a citizen would grow up 12 years per in-game year. That's quite high actually. But yeah. Not an exact science, but it's a number. In the future, we will also need more residential buildings. If they provide spaces for 146 workers, we could estimate that this is maybe space for exactly 200 citizens, more or less. So we would need 5 of these houses to get enough citizens to meet our 1000 citizen goal. And from a heat water tank perspective, they take 10 cubic meters. So in total 50 cubic meters. Again, not too much of a problem. At least that's the assumption. They're getting fairly close to the heating plant. Probably too close. I'll get some housing units in here on this side instead. Come on. I don't want to turn correctly the way I want it to. Oh well. The electric wire is getting in the way. What do I need another building for? Well, I'm just planning for getting to 1,000 people, so I'm wondering where I should build the residential buildings for that. With one building we only get to like for the next 20 pop. Nah, I mean like I'm not gonna build them right now, but I'm basically planning ahead to the 1,000 people that we actually want to get to. The goal is to get to 1,000 citizens, so we need the room to actually house them. We're not going to build that right now, but we'll keep it in mind to have that on the radar. That we probably need at least these houses, maybe one more, if we want to reach our goal. So I'm not going to build anything else in this area. I might build one of the houses over here, just to deal with these facilities. But as long as they can get to the bus stop, everything should be fine. 7 buildings? No. 5 of them should be enough. Again, they can house 140 something workers, but that means that they probably house about 200 citizens. And I want to get to 1,000 citizens, not 1,000 workers. That's the goal. So they might house more, they might house less. But it should be about 1,000 between all of the 5 buildings. I'm gonna go by the current number of, like, we have 21 citizens with 15 workers. So if I scale that up to 150 workers would be 210 citizens. Rough estimate. Four children, very good. 2 students. 16 years old, already at 1.36. University education is definitely picking up pace. I might be to the point where I have so many highly educated workers that I can just let them go wherever they want. They would go to the clinic, the school and the university, and if they don't find anything they would pick another workplace. So basically as whatever they're doing right now. I'm gonna try and unassign everything and see if it still works fine, or if there are any issues. We made $1,600 last month. So, not bad. Price might be going down a little bit more. Yes, it's going down still. But at some point it might recover. Maybe I just have to build more wooden bridges and put a demand on wood. I hope the doctors decide to work where they're supposed to work. And they all don't go in the party HQ. The healthcare is still the most important thing. I have a feeling they all want to work in the party HQ by default. And that's not good for us. Because it could lead to the problem where someone has a medical emergency and then they don't get the healthcare that they need. So I might still have to run the whole assigning them where they're supposed to go kind of deal. Maybe the rule is the closest building? Maybe. As far as I understood is the university educated people go to all the university educated workplaces first. And then if they still have, if all of them are occupied and they still have the need to go somewhere, they work on other workplaces. But yeah, with a low amount of workers that we have right now, it might be the closest building. But they are moving into the staff here, which is not great. I believe that I still need to make sure that the hospital is always fully staffed, so we're gonna go back to the small clinic has the highest priority. Party HQ and school go after that. And then the bus stop, if you still haven't found a workplace. I want to make sure that the small clinic stays staffed at all times. I don't want to start losing the population again, making a mistake, like in the beginning. Birth rate is looking very good compared to our death rate. As I said, we're gonna expect 3 to 4 deaths this year, maybe next year. But if the population growth keeps going like that, we might be done in like 2000. I mean, the population growth should go exponential if we can keep up with the demand on housing. But the house that we have right now is going to last for a while. $1,000 last month, so a little bit reduced profit, but still profit nonetheless. So in like 16 months we would have the money paid back for the truck itself, which costs 16,000. And then we have all of the other vehicles, so this might be profitable in it of itself. Like if I don't build a repair station and just let everything stay the way it is, just buy new vehicles and sell the old ones, maybe this would work. If you have enough workers in one shift, high educated workers might go to the normal workplaces even if you don't have enough highly educated workers in the other shift. Yeah, I might be down on the regularly educated workers, that's true. They don't know about the foreign workers that I'm constantly bringing in, so there's some confusion about that, of course. And we only have 3 workers with lower education, so almost all of our workers have a higher education. No complaints about happiness. Still just complaints about alcohol quality. And yeah, one research would fix that. But the research would take a very long time. Of how few people we have. I will consider doing the research. We can improve the health of our citizens even more. I would try to get that alcohol research, and then also the research to increase population growth. That would help even more. To get that, we would have to only get one research for 900 workdays, so it would be even faster than the alcohol research, right? No, the alcohol research is even faster than that. Should we build the medical university? The maintenance of the medical university could be quite expensive. I think we'll have to wait until we have a few more people before we can consider that. I wonder how a start with like migrants from third world countries would go. I think you have to focus everything specifically on healthcare first, then education, and then maybe getting a higher education for people later on. Calculate the cost of building the medical university. Well, I'm mostly I'm calculating the steel, which is 220. Divide that by half, which is 110. So I would say it would cost about 110,000 just for the steel. Bunch of concrete, so probably 250,000 at most, I would say. I wish it would say in the tooltip when you tried placing it, like it does when you have realistic mode turned off. So it's definitely possible to build it. And the maintenance shouldn't come into play for too long. It would be handy, yeah. If we had 900 workdays of research divided by 3 workers, we would spend a year of 3 workers just researching. Plus we would need a constant supply of staff. And I don't think we have enough workers for that yet. But I guess we could just open it up and see if it works. Right now we don't have any 21-year-old students anymore, so they finish their education before they reach 21 years old. We'll have enough once the city starts to grow. Yeah. But right now is the point where I probably need it the most to keep our citizen the healthiest. And that population growth research would be better than alcohol, maybe. Encourage more children. I guess we're gonna build it. Why not? We don't have any loans, we're profitable. We can afford it, right? Let's start with a house, let's start with a small shopping center, let's build a medical university. Reasonable. Cool. Both currencies in the green. 1963. Very small amount of green, but still green nonetheless. What am I making money with? You might have heard of it. It's called a waste incinerator. I'm bringing one truck of hazardous waste in here and taking one mixed waste truck away from here, and that's earning us money, even with foreign workers. So I decided to build that because I was kind of scared about money becoming a problem, so I wanted to set it up fairly early on. And it's profitable even with foreign workers, no problem. And as soon as we start reducing the amount of foreign manpower we need, it's going to become even more profitable. And because we're only using one truck, we're also not driving down the price of hazardous waste down too much, although we have cut it quite low already. But yeah, I'm fine with that, like we cut it about in half, I would say. Still seems okay. There's also a lot of aluminium in that waste, which is random, so we get a lot of aluminium scrap, which on export also gives you a bit of money again. We get like 50 something rubles per export load if the truck was full. And on the western border we're exporting logs. On the western border I tried to see if getting a logging camp to export was profitable. And it seems to be quite profitable. We're bringing 2 workers here, no water, just electricity and fuel. And we're getting $1,000 per month now. The truck costs 16,000. The other vehicles also cost a bunch of resources, but yeah, it seems to me that you could start with a logging industry, as long as you probably don't overdo it with tree exports and then run into the issue of the price getting driven down even more. We're only getting 2 foreign workers to run the logging camp. 2 to 3 workers apparently. And that seems to be enough trees cut down to keep up with the demand of the trucks picking them up. A western start is also something I want to try at some point. I think we could start in 1970 and try a western start, because I assume then we would have access to most vehicles. I don't know if they have a road crane. I don't actually know if they have that. Like, from when? Oh, they have no road crane at all. Okay, so that would be kind of difficult. Without a road crane, having to get one from the eastern border delivered, I guess. Looks like the shopping center is working better, but we have 4 people waiting in front of it right now and there's no one selling things because the buses were all stuck because of the stupid resource trucks blocking everything. So we'll have a lot of complaints about not being able to get food relatively soon. Probably by the end of the day. No, didn't show up. Okay. But it does show up in here. 5 people were unable to get food. I could reduce the overall amount of vehicles that we have, so we don't have as many vehicles going to the customs house. Six citizens were unable to get food. Well, it's just going up, isn't it? Not showing up in these messages, though. Oh, no, it is. Okay, so I don't know if it updates per month or if it's like every 5 days. 8 people starving. Not great. But hopefully we have enough workers incoming right now. Still a lot of trucks moving in to get resources. Might have to pause construction before it affects the health of our citizen. We're not even getting enough people going into the fire station right now. Okay, please, no, please send some workers here. They need to get food. Alright, I think I'm gonna pause the construction. Let the buses do their thing, please. What are you doing? Coal. Coal makes sense. Maybe I can tell the construction vehicles to get the resources from over here instead, so they don't block the microbuses anymore. Yes, please. Seller. Thank you. Well, some of them will get food in time. Hopefully it'll get better soon, before we actually have a negative reaction to that. Life expectancy is still okay, went down by 0.4 right now, but still okay-ish. We'll wait with the construction. I'll move some of the dump trucks out and some of the concrete mixers out, so we have like one dump truck, one concrete mixer continuously bringing resources there. So we don't run into the issue of too many vehicles trying to get to the construction site at the same time. One dump truck, one concrete mixer. For the building itself, we will need a lot more concrete and also a bunch of steel bricks and boards. Maybe I need to cut down the amount of open hull trucks as well. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I guess we can build another logging camp, get another truck, see if it drives down the export price too much. All we need is a connection to our electric substation, and that's about it. I'll build one up in here. We'll need another truck, another personal vehicle. The truck was up to 19,000 now, so price is going up. The travel distance is going to be longer than to this one, which might be a problem. We might be able to just get 2 trucks getting in trees instead of 3, because the travel distances will be longer. As long as the truck doesn't have to wait too long at the logging camp, everything should be fine. There's going to be enough trees for you. So this seems to be running quite well, the way it's set up. For the other logging camp, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, if we started building next to a small customs house, we wouldn't have that many traffic issues. Oh, this is ridiculous. They're taking so much time to drive in and out of that customs house. Maybe if they were starving before, they go buy more food? I don't know. Or if they had a negative experience with shopping before, maybe they drive more food. Maybe they buy more food. Are we able to sell water? If you don't purify it, not really. And I don't think water is a great product to sell. I haven't tried it recently, so I don't know. But it's on about the same level as wood. Tonnage versus cubic meters. And it does take chemicals, whereas wood you just cut down and it's there. So this one has an input resource. Let's take a quick look at the water treatment. We're going to calculate it with the big water treatment plant because it has the higher efficiency. This one takes a quarter chemicals for 120 cubic meters, whereas this one takes half a ton of chemicals for 300 cubic meters. I think if you bring unprocessed water to the customs house, you don't get anything for it, yes. I think it's 0, if it's not drinking levels quality water. At least that's how it was when I tried it 2 years ago also. I don't know if it's still like that, but I assume it is. So if you try to sell unpurified water, it doesn't work. But I'm going to do the math on this one right now. So 300 cubic meters. We're going to take 0.47, the chemicals, and divide that by 300. Which means we need 0.00156 tons of chemicals per cubic meter of water. And then we multiply that by the price of the chemicals, so 1,097.83. So we have to pay 1.72 rubles per cubic meter of water in chemicals. Maybe it's profitable. But you can only export it with trucks, and that puts a lot of stress on your customs house. You're exporting basically 100 rubles worth of goods per truckload. I'm not sure if it's profitable. It does well on the large customs house. It would be too painful, I think. Maybe on the small customs house you could have a train of trucks trying to continuously export water. But yeah, last time I tried exporting unpurified water from a water well, I think it was not giving any profit. I think it was just 0. How much is on the truck with wood right now? I think 250 US dollars per truckload for 30 tons. $240 US dollars per 30 tons of wood. So slightly less than 10 US dollars per ton. But the price of wood has gone down since I started that. And it has been in a ditch right now, so waiting for that one to recover. It was higher when I set it up. We're only importing water, so the price is probably going to continuously going up. I don't think setting up water infrastructure for export is going to work. If we had a train to do that, I would try that in an actual game. But they removed those train cars, and they never added a water loading unloading station. But there are mod workshop items for it, I think. We lost a person. 15 workers. Had a stroke. I assume our health system was in order and we just didn't catch him. Let's see. 77, 71, 77. So it's not one of the first 3. It's also not that one. Yeah, it must have been a younger one. Don't know who. Is Yeltsin still in there? Let's see. There's Yeltsin. Maximovich. 32 years old. And we're back to 21, so we had another child. Alright, well, I'm gonna put a cut in here for today. I don't think I'll be back later, but I think next time we're gonna see the construction of the medical university and we're gonna attempt the research of better alcohol standards and see if we can assist our republic by implementing some edicts that improve the growth rate of our republic. Maybe we can actually research that in a reasonable amount of time, or maybe we are just out of our debts. Well, we have 12 highly educated workers, so gotta wait and see. Maybe I just need to bring in more regularly educated workers and replace those with some larger buses again that I have standing around, so they can fill the staff slots and we don't have to rely on the highly educated workers filling those. But yeah, as I said, that's gonna be it for today. So thank you very much for watching. I don't see anyone that I could rate you to. I mean, there is an English streamer, but I don't know. Let me take a quick look, I guess. I'm gonna mute and see what they're doing. Alright, yeah, seems to be regular gameplay. I will send you over and you can say hi and see how it is. Alright, sound is back. So, as I said, have a good start to your weekend. Thank you very much for watching. take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.